Attention please, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching, yes, the Yankees Entertainment and Sports Network.
Victory for the Yankees last night, even up this series at a game apiece, so that turns this game into the rubber game at Camden Yards. Crowd filing into this beautiful ballpark. It is time for baseball as Hyundai presents the Sunday game of the week. Today, it's the New York Yankees against the Baltimore Orioles in Game 3 of this set from Oriole Park at Camden Yards in Baltimore, Maryland. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Yankees Baseball along with Ken Singleton. I'm Michael Kay. While the Yankees had a 7-0 lead last night, they held on for an 8-6 victory. Right in the middle of it is the guy who's been pressed into duty at first base, Rob Refsnyder, doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, that's very true, Michael. All this young man has done is hit since coming to the big leagues. We think of last year, hit .302 at the big league level, went down to the minors this year, continued to hit, and now he's been hitting lately since being recalled to the big leagues. Got some big hits in Detroit, and that would continue here in Baltimore, coming up with more hits to drive in runs against the Orioles. And now playing a different position, playing first base. Well, he's held his own. First time he's ever played first base in the major leagues.
Let's take a look at some of these notes on Refsnyder. He's making his second career start at first base. He's hit safely in each of his last 12 starts and an extra base hit in 7 of his last 8 starts. So have bat, will travel, will stay in the lineup. Today's pitching matchup brought to you by People's United Bank N.A. See what know-how can do for you. Kevin Gausman's going to get the start for the O's, and for the Yankees, it's CC Sabathia. And Kenny, the last time he pitched in Baltimore, he might have turned not just his season around, but his career.
Yeah, he's been very good since then. Let's go back to May the 4th here in Baltimore against a heavy-hitting Orioles club, and CC really had to change up working. It looked like a screwball that particular night. He had 6 strikeouts, only walked 2, 7 shutout innings against a very hard-hitting ball club. The Yankees won. There's a hug for his man, McCann, as the Yankees won 7-0.
Well, the Yankees lost on Friday night to the Orioles as they used the long ball. Last night, the Yankees won. So, as I said, this makes this the rubber game. When we come back, lineups, first pitch, baseball, Yankees O's next on Yes. Bullmore Lanes by People's United Bank. Know your cash flow with mobile cash management. And by your Tri-Honda dealers. Hurry to your local Tri-Honda dealer for great deals on the 2016 models. Well, the Orioles have taken the field, and we will stay right here and listen to the national anthem of the United States of America.
Of our Star-Spangled Banner.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly by the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched, we're so gladly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Nice rendition of our national anthem here on a Sunday afternoon in Baltimore. As you can see, the Orioles are on the field. Kevin Gausman about to take his warm-up tosses. And why don't we take a look at the New York Yankees starting lineup, which is presented by Lexus. Jacoby Ellsbury in center field will lead off batting. Second and playing left field, Brett Gardner. A-Rod, the DH, will hit 30 at 3 hits last night, average now in the 200. Starlin Castro is going to play second base, and he'll clean up. Just a day off for Carlos Beltran, available off the bench. Brian McCann's back behind the plate. He'll bat fifth. Batting sixth, playing third base, Chase Headley. Didi Gregorius, the shortstop, bats seventh. Batting eighth, playing first base, Rob Refsnyder. And Aaron Hicks in right field is going to bat ninth.
On the mound for the Baltimore Orioles this afternoon, he'll be facing this Yankee lineup. It'll be Kevin Gausman, 25-year-old right-hander out of Louisiana State University, a #1 draft pick of the Orioles. Those are his numbers on the season, looking for his first win. In his career, he's 3-2 against the Yankees. Let's check out the pitcher scouting report, brought to you by your Tri-Honda dealers. Early in the season, going back to spring training, he had shoulder issues. He's only had 8 starts. He came off the DL towards the end of April. A 95-mile-an-hour fastball. That's his go-to pitch. He also has a pretty good splitter. But lately, he's been hit by a power surge. 2 starts ago, he faced the Houston Astros. He gave up 3 home runs. His last start against the Boston Red Sox, he gave up 3 more. So he's given up 6 home runs in his last 2 starts.
Well, let's take a look at the defense, which really can't do much when you give up home runs. The defense behind him is presented by Geico. In the outfield, you've got Reimold in left, Jones in center, and Rickard over in right. Infield, it's Giannis, Machado, Scope, and Davis. That's third to first. Tony Peña's son, Francisco Peña, is behind the plate. Kevin Gausman is on the mound. I asked Tony Peña today, Yankees are up by 1, bases loaded, bottom of the 9th inning. Your son's up with 2 outs. What are you rooting for? He said, I want to win. He said, I want him to make an out.
You know what? That's the way it goes. You know, when I was playing basketball with my sons in the yard, I never let them win. First time Justin beat me, never played him again.
Kenny, a sore loser. All right, so there's rain in the forecast, thunderstorms in the forecast, but it keeps getting pushed back, so now it's about 5 o'clock. So Yankees-Orioles, that should be about the 4th inning, but we'll see if we can get the full 9 in. Jacoby Ellsbury is ready, and Gausman's ready. And let's do it here in Baltimore. First pitch is a strike, and we're underway. Brian Knight, the home plate umpire. Todd Titchener is the first base ump. Bill Miller at second, and Tony Randazzo is over at third. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, there's that fastball we were talking about. Gausman, as we said, a #1 draft pick out of Louisiana State, and he brought with him a fastball. He's tried to learn the other pitches. It's amazing that he hasn't won a game this year.
Now, you could tell, Kenny, that Dave Wallace has tried to simplify everybody's windup because he almost starts in the stretch as well. We saw that with Tillman on Friday. Very little movement. Punched out towards short. Machado gets the hustling Ellsbury for the first out. Why don't we take a look right now at the game time weather presented by Bigelow Tea. It's 82 degrees, humidity 66%, the wind 12 miles per hour. It's mostly cloudy and developing thunderstorms.
This is the time of year in Maryland and the Baltimore area where it starts to heat up and very humid. You can see makeshift fans in the seats, or real fans for that matter.
Here's Brett Gardner, who is 0 for 24 coming into the series, but he has 4 hits over the first 2 games, so has to feel better about life right now.
Yeah, stolen base last night. He and Ellsbury, a beautiful double steal. They pulled it off. Ellsbury stole home while Gardner stole second. I mean, the ingredients were there. Probably your 2 fastest players on base, and it worked to perfection.
Second Yankee to have, or the second steal of home by Ellsbury this year. Did you see the stat, Kenny? The last Yankee to steal home twice in a season?
Can I guess?
Yeah.
Ricky Henderson? No.
You'll never guess. I give you 1,000 guesses you wouldn't guess. Chris Chambliss in 1977.
See, he was able to do it because they weren't expecting him to go.
Right. 2-2.
Now, of the 2 steals of home that Ellsbury had, one was a straight steal at home, and yesterday was the double steal. Which one was more exciting for him?
Straight steal.
Oh, okay.
Although the straight steal, you could just tell from Joe Girardi talking about it, was done at the wrong time.
Yeah, because it was 3-2 count.
3-2 count.
Yeah.
I mean, you just can't go on that. 2-2. Fouled away. Let's take a look at yesterday's steal of home.
Yeah, here it is. And first of all, Gardner takes off. The throw goes through to second. He's in there. Jacoby Ellsbury come up. Doesn't even slide. The tag is late. And Wieters is going to apply the tag. First of all, he's going to make the throw. And then Machado's relay. He's going to tag him on the back of the foot after the foot had touched home plate.
When you consider that Machado stumbled, then it was still close.
So he's got a rocket for an arm.
Yeah, he does.
It was an exciting game last night. The Yankees got off to a 7-0 lead, got to 7-6, but everything got shot down for the Orioles once Miller and Chapman came in the game.
Gardner really hanging in there.
Well, 4 for 8 in this series after the 0 for 24. Maybe it's set Gardner off in the other direction now. And just him getting on base and Ellsbury getting on base. When the team was really rolling last year and scoring a lot of runs at the clip they were to become the second highest scoring team, these are the 2 guys that really set the tone. They divide the attention of the pitchers when they're on base because of their speed.
And he wins that battle, finally lacing one into left center field. Reimold cuts the ball off on the gap, but Gardner's there with a double. Good piece of hitting by Brett Gardner.
If Reimold doesn't cut this off, this might have been a 3-base hit. With Gardner's speed going to third, the sinking fastball moving away, he goes with it nicely and almost filled the gap completely. Reimold runs it down, cuts it off. You know, when there's only 1 out, you take a chance and try for third. And Reimold gets it before it gets to the wall. But Gardner has himself a 2-base hit.
And he wins a 9-pitch at bat. Here's A-Rod. He had a home run Friday. He had 3 hits yesterday. And a strike. So the 4 hits in this series has pushed A-Rod's average up to 200. Now, yesterday's game, which was on Fox, Tom Verducci gave a very interesting stat about A-Rod, that of all the hits he had coming into yesterday's game, every one of them but one was on a fastball.
Well, it seems that he's getting more fastballs now because they challenge him. They feel that he can't catch up to them, especially the guys who throw 95 plus. And you can throw Gausman into that category.
Now, A-Rod got the 9th inning insurance run RBI on a curveball.
And the thing about it, when you're looking fastball as many as he's gotten, you can be fooled like he was on the breaking ball right there.
It's almost like you don't want to get beaten with the fastball, so you start early. And when you start early, you get beaten on the breaking ball.
Yeah, well, actually, Alex helped him out there by swinging at a ball that was out of the strike zone.
One, two, fouled away.
97 on the fastball from Gausman. One thing we've seen lately from Alex, and that started when he came off the DL, and it was in Detroit, hitting the ball well to the opposite field. You get that fastball out over the plate, not trying to pull it. He had an opposite field home run here at Camden Yards on Friday night.
The 1-2. And it's now 2-2 on A-Rod.
It's interesting, the Orioles do not shift on Alex Rodriguez, and I think it's primarily because he's been hitting the ball well to the opposite field here.
Strike three. A-Rod down looking. 97-mile-an-hour fastball.
Yeah, and pretty well located. Down and away at the knees. That'd been tough for anybody to handle. And home plate umpire Brian Knight with the call. Yeah, well located fastball. Just turn and take that walk back to the dugout.
You also saw at the end of that, Francisco Pena brought the glove up a little bit, tried to frame it. And Buck Showalter was talking with the media today, and you can see Buck is a fan of analytics to an extent. He said, but to look at analytics blindly and run a team like that, yeah. he said, I keep reading about catchers that frame the pitch, and they're rated. And you'll see what Pena does here. He goes, what umpire waits for the catcher to frame the pitch? He said, they're going to call ball or strike. Once the ball is crossing home plate, they don't turn around and look at where you framed it. He said, I think it's the most overused, insignificant stat that the analytics crowd has come up with, framing pitches. That one is looped first base side, and right there is Scope, and that will do it for the final out. No runs, you hit, no errors, and one man left. The Yankees nothing, and the Orioles coming to bat. The Orioles turn against CC Sabathia. Here's their starting lineup as put together by Buck Showalter. Orioles are 31-23, and they'll lead off their center fielder, Adam Jones. Joey Rickard in right field will bat second. Hitting third, playing shortstop, Manny Machado. Mark Trumbo, the DH, will clean up. Batting fifth and playing first, it's Chris Davis. Nolan Reimold in left field will bat sixth. Batting seventh and playing second base, Jonathan Scope. Francisco Pena behind the plate will bat eighth, and batting ninth and playing third base, Paul Yanish.
Big left-hander on the mound today for the Yankees. CC Sabathia making his ninth start of the year. Excellent earned run average, 2.85, and it's been dropping lately. Let's check out the pitcher's category report, brought to you by your Tri Honda dealers. 20 would be plenty. The fact is, when he beat Baltimore here on May the 4th, it was the 19th time he's beaten them. He's 19-7, so 20 would be plenty with a victory today. His last 26 innings, 3 earned runs allowed by Sabathia. And time for a change. That's what the Orioles found out on May the 4th. His changeup was just outstanding in that game. If he has one like that today, it's going to be tough on these Oriole hitters.
So here's Adam Jones. Seems to be enjoying leading off. Now, Showalter gave Adam Jones some choices because he really was slumping. He said, here's the deal, Adam. He said, you could take a couple of days off. You can move down in the order, or we could try you at the top of the order. And Adam said, no, I'm fine. Lead me off. Jones and Showalter have grown very, very close. And I think Jones is one of Buck's favorite players ever. And Jones calls Buck on some of his idiosyncrasies, and he's allowed to do it, and everybody else laughs. Grounded to short. Why don't we take a look at the Yankees defense behind CeCe. In the outfield, Gardner, Ellsbury, and Hicks. That's left to right. Infield, Headley, Gregorius, Castro, and Refsnyder third to first. McCann behind the plate. Karsten, Charles, Sabathia on the mound. The other day, Red Sox came. The Red Sox were in town. The Orioles came out to take BP, and they were wearing their uniform pants. And Buck came out and said, "Why don't you guys wear shorts?" And they said, "You're okay with us wearing shorts?" He said, "If it's hot, yeah." He goes, "I don't care about stuff like that." And Adam was standing by the batting cage. He goes, "Nah, he doesn't care about stuff like that." The joke being, Buck cares about everything. The 0-1. 1-1 to Joey Rickard.
Rickard got off to a great start. This is his rookie year. It was a Rule 5 draft. And one reason why the Orioles picked him, a .321 career hitter. Well, he hit .321 in the minors last year. And they got him out of the Rays organization. Good defender. And a good on-base percentage, but he has slumped off. He was starting just about every single game, slumped off, and now Hyun-Soo Kim has taken over in more or less a platoon. And Kim gets the majority of it because he's the left-handed hitter.
It's no mystery, Kenny. The league will figure you out, and then you have to make adjustments.
Yep. Especially with the all the video that's around now. But Rickard he made the club basically in spring training. When you're a Rule 5 player, you come, there's no getting warmed up in going through spring. You got to produce right now. And Rickard hit .397 in spring training, and that helped him make the team. Now, you don't have the luxury that some of the veterans have, just working their way through spring training, getting ready. You got to make some noise when you first get there.
And the 3-2 line foul. Against 3-2. Fouled away. On deck for the Orioles is Manny Machado. And the attention to detail here is they used to have rubberized mats with the American League logo on it and the Oriole logo. And a night with a little rain, one of the catchers went back, slipped on it, fell back, almost got hurt. They said, that's it. No more artificial batting circle. It's just a chalk line.
I think that was Caleb Joseph. It was started to rain a little bit, got slick, and unfortunate for Joseph, now he's on the disabled list. That's why Francisco Pena is here. And remember when we first got here, Michael, the warning track was rubberized.
That's right.
And that was kind of dangerous too. And now they don't have that anymore here at Camden Yards.
3-2. Giannis putting, or should I say Rickard's putting together a good at bat. Giannis is batting ninth.
You know, well, CeCe's kept it. He's been out in front of every single breaking ball. CeCe's trying to throw it slower and slower and slower, and he keeps pulling it foul.
This will be the 11th pitch of the at bat, Kenny. Another foul ball. You see behind the plate Brian McCann. He said he could have played yesterday, could have started yesterday, but Joe wasn't even going to play him today. But then the unfortunate injury to Austin Romine as McCann goes out and talks with CeCe. He's warming up Aroldis Chapman and then broke a nail. And he said that he knew it was trouble when the glove started filling up with blood.
Yeah, this is in the ninth inning, of course, and right away you can see him shake that hand. He tried to backhand the ball, and the ball hit off the thumb and tore the nail, and he had to leave the game.
Yeah, he saw that batting glove that you wear underneath just fill up with blood, and they took him out. He said he could play today as well. Breaking ball, strike 3.
Well, CeCe stayed with him. What is it, a dozen pitches in this at bat? He drops a slow hook over the outside corner. And Rickard caught looking.
Here's Manny Machado.
When you look at Machado, of course, he's one of the better young players in the league. He's got 35 extra base hits. That's second in the league to David Ortiz, who has 42. When the Red Sox come to Ortiz and say, look, come on back, we'll give you more.
He's got 51 ribbies, too.
Yeah, he's leading the league in runs batted in. When he gets to July and he's still leading, he says, I was only kidding, I'm coming back.
It's hard to find a player in the final year of his career that has performed like this.
Unbelievable.
One and two on Machado. One guy you think of is maybe Sandy Koufax, but he left because of injury. He didn't leave because, okay, I'm done.
I think in this day and age, if Koufax had the same sort of injury, they could have fixed it.
1-2. 2-2.
Haven't really seen the changeup yet from CeCe. A lot of good breaking balls so far early in the game.
Popped up. There's Ref Snyder. He'll make the play, and the Yankees go down in order 1-2-3 against Sabathia. So we go to the second inning. Yankees nothing, Orioles nothing. You're watching Yankees baseball on Yes. Today's conversation brought to you by Toyota. RAV4 Hybrid is the official hybrid vehicle of the Yankees. What do you think of the White Sox acquiring James Shields from the Padres yesterday? Alley Girl 9793 says, aside from Sale and Quintana, Chicago has serious rotation problems. Shields could be the piece. Follow Yes Network and tweet us your responses using hashtag Yankees RAV4 Hybrid to keep the conversation going.
Yeah, the White Sox have struggled a little bit lately, but one thing you look over in the Central Division, it's a 4-team race. And the 4th team being the Detroit Tigers, only 3.5 back out of first place.
Well, you'd feel better about that trade if it was Shields from 5 years ago. He really struggled with the Padres this year.
Well, I think one thing, the White Sox have been struggling, and maybe they feel that James Shields maybe be rejuvenated in Chicago in a race.
McCann serves that one to left field, and Reimold puts it away. McCann's had a rough road trip, 1 for 17 now after that fly ball. Here's the Central standings. Cleveland and KC playing each other right now. KC's a half game out. Chicago 2 back, Detroit 3.5, and Minnesota really struggling, 14.5 off the pace. Here's Chase Headley. 0-1 with the foul ball.
Headley's had a pretty good series. 3 hits, 8 at bats. The shift is on with him at the plate here, but he had a nice gapper in left center the other night.
There's a base hit, and through the shift, 4 base hit.
Yeah, shift this. Here it is. I guess it's better to have the shift on than be shiftless. You know, without the shift, the man's at second base, or second baseman's right there. Sometimes you outthink yourself.
So for Headley, that's his 10th hit in 30 at bats on the road trip.
You know, Michael, the Yankees, their bats have come alive in this series.
Yep.
They had 26 hits in 2 games. 16 last night, 10 on Friday.
That one is looped down the left field line, but foul. No one could get there. It's a broken bat for Gregorius as well. So coming into today, as Kenny mentioned, 16 hits in this series. Yankees had only 19 hits in 41 innings through the 5th inning at Detroit. Now they have 34 hits in their last 22 innings, so go figure this game out. While some of it is sometimes very easy to figure out, Kenny, this is a team that doesn't have good pitching that they're facing.
Their starters have been struggling. Even Chris Tillman, who had been their best starter, hadn't lost since April. Got hit around by the Yankees on Friday night. I was thinking back to Ellsbury and Gardner last night. Not only did they have the double steal, they worked a nice hit and run, or run and hit.
Bounced up there. Good block by Pena.
They used to say that years ago, too. Here's what Michael's talking about. Francisco Pena, son of Tony, plays this one perfectly. Holds Headley at first base.
You know, Showalter was asked today to compare Tony with Francisco, and he was very honest. He said, come on. He said, Tony Pena is one of the greatest throwing catchers in the history of the game. He said, I don't see a comparison there.
Well, his son, Francisco's 2 for 2. The 2 players who attempted to steal against him in the major leagues, he's thrown them both out. Even Tony's percentage wasn't that good.
Popped up. Giannis puts it away for the second out.
How proud must Tony be today, though? I mean, Caleb Joseph gets injured. They call up Francisco Pena, who had a pretty good spring for the Orioles. And I mentioned in spring training, I said, Tony, your son Francisco's a lot bigger than you are. Tony said he ate better than I did.
Well, Tony found out about the home run that Francisco hit when the Yankees were in Detroit, and Ivan Nova told him during the game. He said, hey, your son just did a home run. Tony laughed and thought he was being pranked. And then once the game was over, he looked at his phone and had all these messages and then checked the box score just to make sure. And he had hit a home run. So Tony obviously does not trust Ivan Nova.
Well, the thing about the home run that Francisco Pena hit, he hit it off the Red Sox Noe Ramirez. And in the same game, he threw out Hanley Ramirez. So if your last name is Ramirez, you got to watch out for this guy.
2-1. Ref Snyder.
I think we've all been impressed by Ref Snyder's bat, and that goes back to last year. Line drive type hitter, occasional power. Hits line to line. Defensively, everybody straight away.
Well, his last 12 starts, Kenny, 12 starts, 390, 7 doubles, a home run, and 7 ribbies. And Yankee fans have always wanted to see Ref Snyder. Why isn't Ref Snyder up? And really what it comes down to, they don't have a position for him. Now with Teixeira hurt, first base has opened up out of necessity, but he's not a great first baseman. He has struggled at second. He struggled in spring training at third. He was drafted as a right fielder. So he's one of those guys that can hit, but they haven't been able to find a position to bring him up here.
It's like on the job training at first base.
3-2.
Showed a good eye on that pitch. That was close.
He's had an extra base hit in 7 of his last 8 starts, a double in each of his 4 starts this season. So the runner's going to go on 3-2 with 2 outs.
Second time he's fouled the ball off his foot in this at bat. That can't feel good.
How about this crazy stat, Kenny? He's the first Yankee to begin a season with a double in each of his first 4 starts since, at least, and the records only go back to this year, 1913.
Whoa.
(3-2). Ground ball is short. Machado gets Ref Snyder, and that will do it. No runs you hit, no errors, and 1 man left. An inning and a half in the books. 0-0. Coverage of baseball brought to you by T-Mobile. How about the American League leaders at this point? Xander Bogaerts leads with a .350 average. Mark Trumbo of the Orioles, 18 home runs, and he's leading off right now. And Ortiz, I was 2 ribbies short. I didn't add in last night. 53 runs batted in for David Ortiz. And here is Mark Trumbo. And Kenny, he doesn't just hit home runs, he hits moonshots.
Last night, 450-footer. You know, when he comes up, the people in the party deck out there in center field are on alert. And that's a lot. If he hits one up there.
I think the people on the 12th floor of the Hilton are on alert. Served the other way. You know, it's a smart play by Dan Duquette, the GM of the Orioles, and you see last night's home run here.
Yeah, you just can't make much of a mistake to him now, just at this point of the season. Yeah, 450 feet. That was his 18th last night. That leads the major leagues. There's Michael's talk about the Hilton. There's some fans up there watching the game.
Swing and a miss. Trumbo down on strikes, and I was talking about a smart play by Dan Duquette. You know, the Orioles aren't going to sign long-term deals. I mean, they did that with Chris Davis. That's kind of an outlier. But they got to take chances, and they did it with Nelson Cruz. He had a super season. Trumbo could be a free agent at the end of this year. Put him in this ballpark in a great lineup and see what he can do.
Yeah, he's doing it. And they also, same sort of thing with Pedro Alvarez, who's starting to heat up a little bit. And these are guys who have a pedigree for hitting home runs.
Chris Davis with a pop-up to Ref Snyder. Oh, check that. I'm sorry, that was Headley. Thinking of Ref Snyder at second, so there's 2 away.
Davis had a rough night last night. Struck out 4 times. And that ties him with Justin Upton for the league lead.
He's 1 for his last 21 now.
I'll tell you that Ivan Nova pitched him perfectly last night. Davis is a good low ball hitter. He likes the ball down there. Nova broke that curveball off just a little bit lower than low, and he chased it every single time.
Well, that's what David Cohn always preaches.
Yes.
Kenny, if you have a scouting report, a guy's a high ball hitter, then throw it higher, because he'll probably chase. If he's a low ball hitter, then throw it lower. Give him what he wants, but give it out of the zone.
And this is after one of the 4 strikeout. Oh, that bat's done.
Strange, the bat didn't hit anything. Swing and a miss.
Well, we talked about CeCe's changeup the first time that he saw the Orioles this year. Today, it's his breaking ball that's been very effective. Late, sharp break. He's been able to vary the speeds on it.
So the count is full. Good numbers against CeCe. And the payoff.
CeCe jammed him. Much in the same way he jammed Machado.
And Reimold works a walk. That's going to bring up Jonathan Scope as some threatening clouds beyond left field.
Well, Scope coming to the plate, usually his at-bats are over quick. He does not walk very often. He is up there hacking. And that's what Michael's talking about now. The major threat of rain here a little later on today. Scope has walked, let's see, he's been up 197 at bats. He's walked 6 times.
Line drive, foul.
And once again, a ball that wasn't hit particularly hard, and that's been sort of the new CC. There is a stat nowadays. We have stats for everything, of course, but weak contact. And CC's he's up there among the league leaders. Weak contact. In other words, soft ground balls or pop-ups, or maybe even lazy fly balls. But the fact is that they haven't been able to square him up because he's been changing speed so well.
Ground ball back to CC, and he flips to Refsnyder, and that'll do it here in the second. No runs, no hits, no errors, 1 left. Let's go to the third. 0-0. On the Inner Harbor all weekend, making the trip south to see their Yankees here at Camden Yards. Right now they're watching a game that's tied at 0 as we go to the 3rd inning. Aaron Hicks will lead off against the 25-year-old Gausman.
Hicks got 1 at bat in last night's game, and he got a hit. He made it worthwhile.
Bunted, foul. He had Giannis back in the count 0-1. So Gausman, first pitch strikes to all 9 Yankee batters.
Well, one thing we've seen from Hicks, he definitely has some tools, and one of those tools, of course, he's able to run well. Strong throwing arm. He's got some power. Gausman uses a splitter as a changeup.
Now Gausman pitched for LSU and actually pitched in the College World Series for LSU, and it almost seemed like something that he was born into doing. his great-grandfather actually installed the lights at Rosenblatt Stadium. And the College World Series wasn't a big deal then. And he didn't get much money for installing the lights there. And he said, what I would like is 8 tickets to each game, first row, behind the third base dugout, as Hicks goes down on strikes. And he said, I want it for perpetuity. So he had it every single year, 8 tickets, and the father would sit there with Gausman and said, well, maybe one day you'll play here. And he ended up playing there.
Now, since the story, they have a new stadium.
Yes.
Yeah, that Rosenblatt is not there anymore. I've been there for the College World Series.
I wonder if he still gets the tickets. Probably not.
Yeah. Great experience, though. I went there. My son Justin was at the College World Series with Clemson. A lot of fun.
Ellsbury lines one off the glove of Machado and into left field. So a base hit for Ellsbury. Well, it's time for today's Cold Hard Facts. They're brought to you by Clean, Crisp Coors Light. This has been a tough stretch for the Yankees. 17 of 20 games on the road. Now, their next 18 games from June 6th to the 26th, all of these games will be against teams presently under 500. Now, those teams could be looking at the Yankees and go, well, they're under 500 too. But the Yankees look at this stretch, and this is where they want to get fat. This is where they want to go over 500. And we'll see what they do. First 4 games against the Angels coming up starting tomorrow at the stadium.
Yeah, you look at stretches during the course of the schedule, and you look at how the other teams are playing, and you figure this is where you got to make some hay. Speaking of making some hay, you got a speedster at first base. You got another quick runner at the plate. Ellsbury up there among the league leaders. Some stolen bases with 11. Or make that 12. I don't want to short him any. Quick move by Gausman. That should slow Ellsbury down a bit. Brett Gardner with a long look at Joe Espada. See if Ellsbury might be going. Ellsbury's that type of player. Enough experience. He's probably got the green light. When he wants to go, he can go.
There's a strike.
Maybe now he's seen enough pitches. He's checking with Tony Pena at first to get the times. See how quick it is from pitcher's hand to the glove. Tony's got a stopwatch down there.
And that gets away from Pena as Ellsbury moves to second.
That's going to be a wild pitch. So Gausman helps move Ellsbury up 90 feet. The target's low and away, and the ball is low and inside in the dirt off the glove of Pena. And Ellsbury's now in scoring position.
Soft ground ball to second. Scope for the second out as Ellsbury moves to third. That's going to bring up A-Rod.
A-Rod working on a 4-game hitting streak. He's driven in 2 runs in this series. 1 in each game. And he's got a chance here.
1-0. Ellsbury is on third. Leads off in foul territory. One and one.
The man who's driven in only one player has driven in more runs than Alex Rodriguez, Hank Aaron.
That one is lined into center field. It's going to dunk in for a base hit in front of Jones. Scoring is Ellsbury, an RBI single for A-Rod, and the Yankees lead 1-0.
Well, he's one more closer to the hammer. Alex now with 2,072 runs batted in. If you look at this on Yes Mo, brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealer, got jammed somewhat, but enough for the ball to fall in front of Adam Jones in center field. So 3 runs batted in this series for Alex Rodriguez. Hank Aaron, well, he's a little bit off in the distance with 2,297 runs batted in.
Starlin Castro lines one over the head of Davis, but foul. So it went over his head fair, but landed foul.
Here's a look. Davis going up the ladder, but he's going to come down without a baseball. This ball just twisting. Oh, good. Man, he got up there.
Lucky he didn't touch it.
It would have been a fair ball, yeah. By the way, this is the first time that Castro's batted fourth this year. You know, you come out, you check the lineup, you look, where am I? Oh, batting fourth.
Kenny, did you see Alex get back to first? It's like he fell. He's saying, why are you throwing over?
Maybe because he's got 2 steals. He hasn't been caught this year.
Check this out. This is falling.
You know, his lead was so short. If he falls that fully extended, he'd been in foul territory.
Yes. Swing and a miss.
Now Castro's a pretty good hitter, but if there's one thing that he does, he chases pitches. He's another one of those guys not going to walk very often. See how many does he have? Well, he's in double figures. He's walked 10 times.
Swing and a miss. Got him with a fastball upstairs. But the Yankees score a run. Couple of singles. A-Rod drove them in. It's 1-0 as we go to the third.
Yankee, but sometimes you don't know what to do. It's me, you don't know if you root for them or what to do, you know, and that's one of the toughest things for me as a father and see my kids play against me.
And that was Tony Pena on his rooting interest from earlier today. And guys, he was just beaming all morning long. You could tell he was excited about this day. He has not yet seen Francisco Pena in a major league game, so this is the first time. I also asked Tony about his scouting report for his son. He said very good defensive catcher. He doesn't stick with one pattern. He likes to keep hitters off balance and uncomfortable, and he's very quick. He can throw a little bit. I asked if he got anything from his dad. He just smiled at me and said he thinks he had a pretty good school at home.
Pena hits one foul. He also said something interesting. He said, I didn't want to see the Yankee scouting report on him. He said, I don't want to look at it.
Yeah.
I don't want to see it.
Yeah, I can understand that. Well, Pena hit his first major league home run the other night, so he's 106 home runs behind his dad.
Showalter said spring training, fit right in, got along with people. He said you could see when a kid comes from a good home. And Buck is always stressed that. He stressed out the first day he ever met Derek Jeter. He said you could see the family structure. He's never going to embarrass this team. One and two on Pena. It'll be Pena, Giannis, and Jones. 8, 9, and 1.
Yeah, another good hook from CeCe, just dropping underneath the swing.
Tony thought that he might go up the runway when his son was up, but he's actually watching.
Let's look back to Friday here at Camden Yards against Noe Ramirez. I'm sorry, it was Thursday because the Yankees were here Friday. And that's his first major league home run.
Two, 3 and 2.
Yep, you always remember your first.
Second son in the big leagues for Tony Pena. Tony Pena Jr. also was in the big leagues.
He was a shortstop, wasn't he? And then he became a pitcher.
Mm-hmm. You know, the dads always get a lot of credit when the kids go to the big leagues, but it's really the moms that are driving them around to the little league games and all that.
Yeah, that's so true.
And his mom is here today and was here on Thursday to see the home run as well. Nobody is going near Tony. He's just kind of hanging and watching this by himself.
Kind of got the arms folded, not much emotion. Trying not to show it. I'm sure maybe a little bit inside.
They're making CeCe work today.
Yeah, he's staying with him though. Pitch after pitch.
This is going to be the 10th pitch of the at-bat. He's already thrown 43, and we just started the third inning.
You know, I'm thinking about Tony and his son Francisco. How about the Manning, Archie Manning and his wife, and when Eli and Peyton are playing against each other? Mm-hmm. How do they feel? Well, you take every time you took a shot of them in the stands, they like sitting on their hands. They couldn't root one way or the other.
Archie seems like he's in pain whenever he watches his sons play. He's pacing all the time, tries to stand in a lucky spot. So Pena works a walk. And Tony did say, I want to see my son do very well, but I want to see the Yankees win. This just must be a very odd thing, though. You know, you mentioned Archie and Olivia Manning. When they're watching Peyton or Eli play, when they're not against each other, I mean, they're rooting with all their heart for them to do well. Tony's kind of torn here.
Yeah. Well, now that Peyton's retired, they can go all out for Eli.
Getting a little darker here in Oriole Park.
Yeah.
And the lights taking effect.
Yep, they've been turned on. Giannis at the plate. Started the year in the minor leagues. He was in spring training with Baltimore. He always comes with a reputation of a good fielder, short, third base. I'm sure he could play some second if needed be.
Runner goes. Popped up. McCann is called off by Headley. One away.
I always felt when there's a pop-up, it's either between first and home or third and home in foul territory. It's always easier for the infielder coming towards the ball. And you see McCann, he sees it right away, pops the mask off, but he's going to give way to Headley. Once he hears him, get out of the way, let the third baseman, in this case, handle it. And Headley makes the play.
There's Adam Jones. One and 0. Yankees lead 1-0 on the A-Rod RBI single in the top of the third. Ground ball to short. There's one. On to first. Pulls Refsnyder off the bag, and Jones beats it out.
Well, Jones had grounded into 9 double plays, and one of them was back on May the 4th. CeCe got him to ground into a double play, but the relay here is high. Refsnyder gets up, but he can't come back down quickly enough to get on the bag, and Jones will avert the double play because of the high throw. The ball was there in plenty of time, just not on target.
Here's Joey Rickard, who struck out looking after a long at bat in the first inning. Shows bunt. Takes low.
Yeah, Rickard is getting the start in right field today, but the first 2 games Trumbo was out there, and usually if the Orioles have the lead at the end of the game, it's Rickard who takes over defensively. Trumbo the DH today. Rickard has 5 assists. A solid defensive outfielder, can play all 3 outfield positions. A lot of versatility for Buck Showalter.
1-2.
You know, one of your outfielders, the 4th outfielder, has to be the guy who can play all 3. in case one of the guys gets hurt or needs a day off, or some numbers would tell you that he shouldn't be playing against a certain pitcher. The Yankees have Aaron Hicks. That's what he does. Michael, you're talking about CC's pitch count. He really shouldn't be throwing these pitches to Rickard here. Should have been a double play to get out of the inning.
Yep. 54 pitches. 35 strikes, 19 balls. And you'll see a lot of teams are going to want to get the Yankee starters out before the 4th inning. Now we know the back of the Yankee bullpen is outstanding, but what they call the underbelly, which has been strong for the Yankees the last couple of years, is still in transition, and there's nobody that's lights out there. Nick Goody got roughed up, and Tyler Yates the other day didn't do that well. Chasen Shreve is on the DL. Grounded foul.
See, the whole key for the Yankees is to have the lead going into the 7th.
Right.
That's the deal.
And that's why the loss in spring training, right at the end of spring training, of Brian Mitchell was such a big deal for them. Mitchell was supposed to fill the role vacated by Adam Warren, who they traded to the Cubs for Starlin Castro. And no matter how well Warren's done and how well he did with the Yankees, that's a good trade. You got a second baseman.
Yeah.
For the next 4 or 5 years.
Well, Mitchell should be. Look, they were talking about him come back in August, maybe.
Yeah.
We should be about halfway through.
Rickard really making Sabathia work. First inning, a 12-pitch at bat. And it's a 7-pitch at bat at this point. This will be number 8. Runner goes. Foul back.
I was just thinking CC has not thrown over the first base yet with Jones over there. Jones does not have a stolen base this year. The Orioles are not a stolen base team. We mentioned that on Friday night. They only have 9 on the season. They've been caught 6 times. And they're a team that's built for their home ballpark. They're a home run hitting team. And you think back to the days of Earl Weaver, he didn't let many guys steal either, because he wanted guys to hit home runs.
Driven to left field, foul.
Earl would only let the players steal that he thought had at least 75 to or percent better chance of making it. Those guys like Al Bumbry, Mark Belanger, he'd let them go. Everybody else, stay where you are.
So the count full of 3-2. Now Jones will go. 3-2, 2 outs. Warner goes. Another foul ball.
Well, Rickard's been out in front of everything. I don't know if he's been fooled by CC's motion or CC's had that good of off-speed stuff, but Rickard's pulled everything foul.
Ground ball left side, under the glove of a diving Headley for a base hit. So Jones will go to third, and Gardner runs the ball in. So a base hit for Rickard, who wins that battle. And that brings up the dangerous Manny Machado. Runners on the corners, 2 outs.
Well, that's the first hit in the game for Baltimore. Rickard just sneaks this one through the infield. Headley with the dive is going to come up just a little short. Ball, yeah, well, you know what? Actually hits him on the heel of the glove. He reaches a bit too far with the dive. And of course, that's brought to you by Yesmo.
So he now has thrown 24 pitches to Joey Rickard. And here's Machado, who got jammed last time up and popped to Ref Snyder. Hole in one.
The active leader in consecutive games. 217. Which doesn't sound like many. Evan Longoria is second on that list, and if Evan plays today, it'll be 158. That's not even full season.
It was important for Machado last year to play every game because he's coming off those 2 knee injuries and didn't want to be painted as a fragile player. He's in the lineup every day, and so far every day this year.
At the beginning of the year, Machado was leading off, but Buck Showalter has dropped him down. He's having a big year of power, RBIs, batting average. And that was with the emergence of Joey Rickard. So he could put Rickard in the leadoff spot. Now Rickard has stumbled. Now Adam Jones gets the opportunity to lead off.
Well, they have worked CC so well that they're taking away his 5th and 6th innings. He's at 66 right now in the 3rd inning. Three and 2. Machado was throwing the bat toward the on-deck circle. He thought he had walked to load the bases. So it's 3-2 now with 2 outs, and that will send Rickard at first.
Yeah, good thing he didn't throw it away. He's going to need it on this next pitch. Breaking ball drops in there for a call strike.
And the payoff. High. So the bases are loaded. And the dangerous Trumbo will come up, and Larry Rothschild will come out to the mound.
I think this is more or less to give CC a breather here. He's had 2 walks this inning. He's allowed his first hit. And as Michael said, a very tough hitter coming to the plate.
It shows you about stats, though, Kenny, because there are some things that will kind of blend into the furniture, but he had 34 pitches coming into this inning. He's thrown 34 pitches this inning. 18 of them coming after the double play that wasn't turned, that should have been turned.
Exactly.
So he should be in the dugout right now watching this. Instead, he's throwing pitches that he shouldn't have to throw. And there's no error on that double play because you can't assume a double play. Luis Cessa up in the Yankee bullpen. Trumbo fouls it back. Sun trying to burn through the cloud cover. Out right now. See some shadows on the field. His hat is dripping with perspiration. It's a very hot and humid day here in Baltimore, and he's been on the mound a long time here in the 3rd. So ahead of Trumbo, 0-2.
Well, here's where get a chance to work Trumbo over. As he said, he's a hot hitter, but CC at this point in the count is in the driver's seat, 0-2. Can he get Trumbo to chase a pitch out of the zone?
Swing and a miss, got him. So CC works out of trouble. No runs, a hit, no errors, and the bases are left loaded. Trumbo chases up high and goes down swinging. ...2016 to see the New York Yankees in action. On Saturday, June 25th, the Yankees take on the Twins, and all guests in attendance are going to receive a commemorative Masahiro Tanaka baseball card courtesy of Topps. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com, visit the Yankee Stadium ticket window, Yankees clubhouse shops, or call Ticketmaster at 877-469-9849. The 2016 New York Yankees, more than a game. Brian McCann takes low from Kevin Gausman. Audi scoreboard, 1-0 Yankees. The bottom of the third inning took 20 minutes, but the O's did not score a run. There's a strike. Cam with a fly ball to left in the second inning, 0 for 1.
The Yankees would like to see him get going with the lumber.
Did not start Friday or Saturday here in this series because of a hyperextended left elbow. And did not start in Detroit either. So 3 straight games without starting for Brian McCann. Hurt the elbow on a swing in the Wednesday game in Toronto.
That's the first walk allowed by Kevin Gausman. It's a leadoff walk, and see if the Yankees can do something with it here in the fourth. And meanwhile, you said 20 minutes?
20 minutes.
Well, Gausman was sitting there for 20 minutes.
Yep. Usually when you sit that long, you're rewarded with runs.
Yeah.
So he sat for 20 minutes and got nothing but a rest. McCann leads off first. 1-0. Shift is on. 3 infielders on the right side. Headley picked up a single in the second inning, so he's 1 for 1.
They hit it right through the shift, although the shift is not quite as pronounced right now. Giannis is actually even with the grass. Now, before he was at the outfield grass, but this time it's a double play situation.
And off the glove of Scope. They throw to second to get the force, and Headley will reach. So that scored a 4-6 force.
I don't know what happened with Scope here. This looked like it was a pretty easy play.
It's a double play if he catches it, Kenny.
Yeah, he might have been able to double McCann off of first base. Yeah, maybe he's he's starting to look to see where McCann was. Didn't catch the ball. Knew he had the force, but the Orioles lost a chance as a double play. So Headley will reach on the fielder's choice.
Here's Didi. Ground ball is short. Off the glove of Machado and into center field. Scope chases it down, and Headley is at second. That's got to be an E6 on Machado. That's an inning-ending double play right there.
It should have been. And one thing we've noticed over these last few years, the Orioles have a very tight defense. That has not been the case this year. This is going to be an E6. They blow the chance on the double play. Now, it kind of surprised me when I was looking at the stats earlier today. The Orioles are actually a little bit below the midway point in errors in the league. I think this is number 33 for them. And they've been one of the best fielding teams in baseball the last couple of years. It wasn't an easy play, but still. As we look at it one more time, still an E6. That's the Orioles' 33rd error of the year. Actually, 2 more than the Yankees have.
Well, you look at the stuff that Gausman has, Kenny, and you wonder, why has he never won? He won in college, but...
Yeah, but you look at his pro record even. I think his best year in the minors, he was 7-7. But, you know, minor leagues, a little different. Maybe he didn't have the players behind him. Good eye by Ref Snyder. And Gausman falling behind. Now, you got to remember, just like CeCe had to work a little harder after a double play should have been turned. Gausman's going to have to work harder here in the top of the 5th. Or I should say top of the 4th.
1-0 Yankees, first and second, 1 man out. There's a strike. 3-1. Little sunshine here at Camden Yards. Been flirting with us all day. We'll have our hearts broken though.
Oh, remain positive, Mikey.
I'm positive about heartbreak.
You know, I'm thinking it's not even July yet. July and August. It's the first week of June.
So a 3-2 count on Ref Snyder. Headley off second, Gregorius off first. Still 3-2.
My pitcher's right there. Got a piece of Pena. Good swing by Refsnyder. Couldn't square it out because of velocity. But the more pitches you see, your timing gets better.
And the righty deals. He walked him to load the bases. Quite a rally here by the Yankees. A walk, a blown double play, an E6, which was the blown double play, and another walk. So that brings up Hicks with the bases loaded. Yankees have a chance to pad the 1-0 lead. Low 1-0.
You're thinking here, Gosman's walked a couple of batters this inning. He's behind 1-0. This could be a very good pitch to hit. It was, but he fouled it back.
One ball, one strike, one out, bases loaded. Top of the fourth. Pitch to Hicks.
You know, Michael, I was thinking about you saying you saw a lot of Yankee fans here this weekend walking around the Inner Harbor area. But, you know, a few years back when the Orioles were struggling, I mean, this place was just filled with Yankee fans. The Oriole fans would actually sell their tickets to the Yankee fans that came down from New York and New Jersey. Well, since the Orioles are playing much better, it's tougher to get those tickets from them. So it's not quite the same as it had been, you know, a few years back.
Dribbled slowly to first. They're coming home. They get the force. So Headley is out on the 3-2 force. Bases remain loaded with 2 outs.
Slow chopper, and Chris Davis knew what to do with this right away. They say one of the keys to playing defense, if for all you youngsters out there, know what you're going to do when the ball comes to you. And the ball wasn't hit very hard, so Davis knows he has to get the force at home. Didn't hesitate at all, throwing on the run. And there's the accurate throw to Pena for the force. And now they're 2 down. Know what you're going to do with the ball when it comes to you. I remember them telling me that back in baseball clinics when I was about 9 and 10 years old.
Here's Ellsbury, scored the Yankees' only run. He's 1 for 2, grounded to short and single to left. Scored on A-Rod's single. That was in the 3rd. Trying to make it 5-0 there in the count 0-1.
Ellsbury's had a pretty good series, 3 for 10.
Foul back to the screen, so Gosman ahead in the count 0-2.
Yeah, not fooling around here, but 96 miles an hour. He just challenged him.
Didi's at third, Refsnyder's at second, Hicks is at first. So good speed on the bases for the Yanks. The 0-2. Foul the other way.
There's that mid-90s fastball, 96 the last couple. Ellsbury late on the swing. He almost hit the catcher's glove, which would have worked to the Yankees' advantage here. 5 times this year, Ellsbury has reached on catcher's interference.
Fly ball down the right field line, foul.
He got the head out that time.
Ellsbury has never hit a grand slam in his career.
Well, you got to figure at least once a game he's not going to be able to bases loaded. So,
true.
Yeah. And he's up in a situation now where a single will do the job. So this top of the 4th inning is going the same way the bottom of the 3rd did so far. Both pitchers having to work very hard. Bases are loaded, trying to get out of a jam. CC was able to do it by striking out Trumbo. The Yankees are hoping that Ellsbury has a better fate.
Swing and a miss. Got him. Chases a pitch out of the zone. So for the Yankees, no runs, no hits, 1 error, and the bases are left loaded. We go to the bottom of the 4th. 1-0 Yanks.
And it's time for this afternoon's injury report, brought to you by Montefiore, doing more in state-of-the-art healthcare. Mark Teixeira is out for the foreseeable future after tearing cartilage in his right knee. Right now, they're taking a conservative approach. They're hoping that he will, in fact, make it back this season. But until then, you're going to see a lot of Rob Refsnyder at first base, maybe some Chris Parmelee as well. Also, Austin Romine, we documented it yesterday. Aroldis Chapman was warming up in that 9th inning, and the glove actually fell off the hand as he was trying to turn his hand to catch a slider during warm-ups. It hit his thumb, started to bleed, so he exited the game. McCann came in, but Romine did say, Michael, as you mentioned, he could go today in the event that Joe Girardi needs him.
Well, there was a delay as Meredith was giving the injury report as Aaron Hicks was searching for sunglasses. Finally found it. So he heads out to right field. And we thank Meredith. We'll hear from Meredith a little bit later on in the postgame. Here's Chris Davis. Breaking ball strike to Davis. Audi scoreboard 1-0 Yankees, bottom of the fourth. One. And the pitch. Strike. Davis with 11 home runs. Orioles with 80 as a team, which is second to the Seattle Mariners, who have 81. Strike three. Davis down looking.
Looked like he was looking for another hook, and CC gave him the express and got it over the outside corner. Maybe a little cutter there and perfectly placed, knee high, and Davis has struck out for the 76th time this year. And depending on what Justin Upton has done this afternoon for the Tigers, Davis has taken over the league lead, and lately he's been striking out a lot.
You know, we mentioned this at the start of the game. The last time CC pitched here against the O's, he kind of figured it out. You know, you had looked at CC up to that point as a guy who's hanging on, in the rotation more on reputation than anything else. But now he's a valued member of this rotation because he again figured out how to pitch with the stuff that he has. In May, 2-2 with a 1.04 ERA. Struck out 25, walked 5 in 26 innings. And it started here against the O's, through 7 innings, and he had 6 hits that he allowed. And since then, he's kept it going every single game.
That's also the game he had to going to disable us following the game because he strained the groin muscle. And he said he did it about the 4th inning, but he continued to pitch through the 7th. And it was the next day he didn't feel particularly good and had to go on the DL. But the thing about it, sometimes you get a stretch on the DL, you come back, you're feeling your way, but that hasn't been the case. He's picked off right where he left off.
As he walks Reimold. Now the 1.04 ERA that led the American League, all pitchers in May, and the only pitcher that had a better ERA, only starter that had a better ERA was Clayton Kershaw.
Internationally.
Yep. Yeah. So Sessa's up again for the Yanks, and under no stretch of the imagination is Sessa up because of ineffectiveness. He's up because of the pitch count monster. He's at 80 right now. And that's usually when they start to keep an eye on CC.
Yeah.
Scope chases. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, I think CC's days of throwing 120 pitches in a game, you're not going to see that anymore. I mean, he didn't come out of the game till he said he was ready to come out back in the day. But the active leader in strikeouts, which means he's the active leader in pitches thrown. Now, I think that beginning of last year, and I think it was told that he had thrown over 40,000 pitches in his career. So you add on what he did last year and this year, and you can see that it's been a lot of looking in for a sign and dealing to the plate.
Ground ball to Headley. There's one on to first. It's a double play. This time they turn it, and around the horn, 5-4-3. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. We're going to the fifth. It's 1-0 Yanks. Here, Marco Estrada. Hey, today after the postgame, catch an all-new episode of WB Mason Presents the Joe Girardi Show as the Yankees manager recaps the road trip and discusses the upcoming Hope Week at the stadium with the Yankees Executive Director of Media Relations, Jason Zillo. That's today after the postgame, only on Yes. Cadillac scoreboard as we start the fifth inning. It's 1-0 Yankees. Brett Gardner will lead off. And by the way, Hope Week starts tomorrow as the Yankees begin their homestand. And it's been an unbelievable success since Jason started that.
Jason Zillo.
It's amazing that, you know, the reach that athletes and an organization like the Yankees could have, and the good things they could do for a community, and that's really accentuated during Hope Week. There's a base hit past a diving Giannis and down the left field line. Gardner will go to second, his second double of the afternoon. So came into the series 0 for 24, has 6 hits now in this series.
Yeah, maybe just a trip to Baltimore was needed to get him going. He slashes this one by the third baseman. Giannis didn't have any chance at all to come up with it. Yeah, by the time he dives, the ball is past him and on its way to the corner. Raimel cuts it off. And Gardner standing at second base. 7 doubles now in the season for him.
Here's A-Rod. He's driven in the Yankees' only run. Dunked a single in the center field in the third inning. One and 0. A-Rod had 3 hits last night and had a home run Friday's game and a hit today. So 5 hits in the series.
Alex a little late, but it looked as though to me he was trying to hit that ball to the other side to move Gardner over to third. Yep, see him try and push it the other way.
They had some separation there. A good throw would have been very close.
He also came close to throwing it into center field. Of course, anytime Gardner is going to be on base, he's going to gain some attention because of his speed. And Manny Machado comes up with a throw that was offline.
Grounded right back to Gosman. He goes to third, and he's out. And Joe Espada points to the Yankee dugout and said, take a look at that. As A-Rod reaches on the fielder's choice.
Let's take a look. It looked like they got him.
Yep.
You know, it's a tough play for a runner at second, and of course your first inclination is to move towards the next base. Gosman makes a nice stab of the hot smash by A-Rod, and he throws him out at third base. A good fielding play by the pitcher, who once you release the ball, you become another infielder.
So here's Starlin Castro. Starlin's 0 for 2. On the road trip, 6 for 33. Foul back. Oh, 2.
And Castro might have changed the pitch out of the zone there to put himself in a hole. But as I said before, he's one of these hitters, anything close or anything that he can reach, he's going to let it fly.
And the 0-2. Strike 3 outside corner. Castro down looking, 2 away.
Previous pitches had been in, but this time he paints the outside corner, or maybe not. If he did get the outside corner, he just caught a hint of it. It was good enough for home plate umpire Brian Knight. And Castro becomes the 5th strikeout victim for Kevin Gausman.
If he painted that outside corner, he had a very, very wide brush. Here's Brian McCann, 0 for 1 with a walk. And a strike. Stopped by Davis, flips to Gausman, and that will do it here in the 5th. So the Yankees waste the leadoff double. They strand one. We're halfway through. We look at the inner harbor with the Yankees up 1-0. Hyundai, the latest lineup of cars and SUVs you'll find at your local Hyundai dealer aren't just new, they're better. So CC comes out to pitch the bottom of the 5th inning. Yankees lead 1-0. Cadillac scoreboard 1-5-0 and 0-1-1. The only hit, single left by Joey Rickard in the 3rd. Breaking ball strike on Francisco Pena. He walked in the 3rd inning. That 3rd inning was the one that really got CC pitch count wise, as he had a 20-minute inning. Didn't give up a run though. Up the middle, knocked down by CC. Charging Gregorius, fires the first, and knocked down there by Refsnyder to hold Pena to what probably is a single.
Yeah, that's going to be an infield single for Francisco Pena, hustling down the first baseline. Sabathia slows it down. In fact, he slowed it down too much. That prevented Gregorius from coming in and making the play. See, the throw was a little offline, and Refsnyder just got a piece of it to slow it down even more. So this is one of those almost plays. CC almost had it, and Gregorius almost got it.
Here's Giannis. Oh, 0-1.
Looked like Giannis was trying to push it to the first base side and move Pena into scoring position.
Fouled away. Oh, 2.
Well, you're talking about the pitch count. The CC's up to 87. And you also talked about the 3rd inning. That's the reason why it's up this high at this point.
1-2. Now, Joe Girardi's sitting in the dugout. How am I going to get final 12 outs? Just considering that CC will get out of this, and you don't know. How am I getting the final 12 outs out of my bullpen? Who am I using?
Season high for CC's 99 pitches, and that was the game that he pitched here on May the 4th. Look out.
And Giannis gets plunked on a 1-2 pitch.
Looked like a cutter, hit him right in the hip. Cut a little bit too much.
There wasn't an urgency to get out of the way of that.
Nah.
Kind of spun into it.
You don't expect Adam Jones to be bunting here. There's a guy who's used to batting 3rd, 4th, or even 5th.
Luis Cessa is pitching this game in the bullpen alongside CC. So he's up again for the 3rd time. Jones is 0 for 2. Fly ball. Shallow center. A quick burst there by Ellsbury to run it down.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about, the soft contact. And that comes from the ability to change speeds. They think you have you squared up. Off the end of the bat, popped into short center field. You can see Jones's reaction. 1 down. Let's see. Ellsbury coming on quickly. Maybe he thought Jones had hit a little bit better. And there's 1 out. Kind of a mixture of sun and clouds up there.
Here's Joey Rickard. He's thrown 24 pitches to Rickard. CC has 12 in the first and 12 in the third. In the first, it ended with a strikeout looking. In the third, a single. First and second, one man out. Yankees lead 1-0. This is the rubber game of this 3-game set. Orioles won on Friday night. Yankees won last night. One and one. Two and one on Joey Rickard.
Yeah, for some reason he's had trouble with this hitter. He don't want that ball. He wants a new one.
Three and one with Machado on deck.
Rickard showing a good eye, checks his swing. Pitch was upstairs.
Ground ball to third. Let's see if they turn two. There's one on to first. Not in time.
Well, that wasn't turned because of the speed of Rickard, who can really run. And it's going to keep the inning going. You can see he's across the bag before the ball gets to the glove of Ref Snyder. Ball hit fairly hard. The Headley, I mean, everything looked fine till there, when Rickard's speed was able to beat the relay.
And now they have to deal with Manny Machado with the tying run at third. Go ahead run at first. Machado popped to first and walked. So he's 0 for 1. .96 pitch for Sabathia.
Yeah, he thought that was a strike. Didn't get it.
Two and 0.
Well, his best pitch on the day has been his breaking ball. Let's see if he goes to that. Machado's probably up there looking for a fastball that he can hit. It was a breaking ball, but it missed.
Well, you wouldn't be surprised if Showalter gave Machado the green light here. Trumbo's on deck. And he walked him to load the bases.
If CC's had an issue today, it's been the base on balls. That's his 5th of the game. To go along with 4 strikeouts. A couple of innings ago, he was in the same situation with 2 outs, and the hitter was at the plate, was up.
And he struck him out. Trumbo's 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. And McCann wants to talk with Sabathia. CC at 99 pitches. And this is, for Joe, a decision. Listen, I'd rather have a tiring CC in this spot than bring in a rookie.
Well, he's trying to get him through this 5th inning with a lead, so he has a chance to pick up a win. He can go to a new pitcher next inning, but he feels that he's had success against Trumbo today. He's gotten him twice, both times swinging. Can he do it for a 3rd time?
Swing and a miss.
And you can see Trumbo's frustrated. He might have chased the pitch out of the zone. He sees the ball starting to break, and he goes for it. That was kind of borderline.
Oh, and 2.
Trumbo still shaking his head at the plate.
Bases loaded with O's. Single off the pitcher's glove, hit by pitch, walk, and here we are. Sabathia trying to pitch out of it. The 0-2. Swing and a miss, got him. Chased the pitch up in the zone. Trumbo goes down on strikes for the 3rd time today, and Sabathia gets out of trouble.
3 pitches, 3 breaking balls. First one, doesn't get it. Second one, fouls it off. Third one, he's gone. To the dugout after leaving the bases loaded, and he puts one finger up. He says, I can go one more. How about it? So we'll see if CC hits the mound for the 6th inning. Through 5, the Yankees lead it 1-0. Sabathia's given up 2 hits, and he has stranded 7 base runners against these Orioles.
Chase Headley will lead off the 6th. Headley is 1 for 2. Has the average up to 242. When you consider how bad his start was, he has really climbed out of a hole.
Yeah, it was I would bet 100 points lower than that.
And it all turned around, it seemed like, on his birthday when he turned 32.
Yeah, I hope that's true for me this week. They won't be 32, I'll tell you that. Good swing.
Still 1-2. Lined into right center field. It is a base hit. Rickard will get the ball in. Second hit of the afternoon for Chase Headley. Hey, 1 week from today, the Yankees welcome back your favorite pinstripe legends for the 70th annual Old Timers Day at the stadium. And yes, is going to be there live to bring you all the player introductions and the ceremonial game. So watch coverage next Sunday beginning at 11 a.m. right here on Yes. And Old Timers Day leads right into our coverage of the Yankees and the Tigers, which will begin at about 1:30. Here's Didi. He's 0 for 2. Popped the third and reached on an E6.
This is the third straight inning the Yankees have gotten the leadoff man on base against Gausman. And the previous 2 innings they didn't cash in.
TJ McFarland up, one of 3 lefties in the bullpen for the Baltimore Orioles. They carry 5 righties. Well, one of the lefties is their closer. One. Push bunt toward third. It's going to be a base hit for Gregorius. Giannis could not handle it cleanly.
Well, Giannis had been in to hold it back. So this wasn't really a surprise to him. He just couldn't make the play. And they're going to go with a base hit. A little double dribble on this play. Look at the Didi just knock it down. In and out of the glove of Giannis. And it's going to be a base hit.
Will they have Refsnyder bunt? First and second, nobody out. And now Espada wants to talk with Refsnyder, and Pena wants to talk with Gausman.
A lot of discussion going on here. That was a brief discussion between Espada and Refsnyder, which that being that brief tells me you're swinging.
You know, Refsnyder's getting a chance because of the injury to Scher, which the Yankees are trying to conservatively rehab. If they have to have surgery on the knee to repair the cartilage, he will be out for the remainder of the year.
Yeah, Giannis was in expecting him, but now he backs up after Refsnyder showed no sign of bunting. If Refsnyder looks down towards the third base coaching box, he's not going to see Joe Espada. Espada well out of the box.
Ground ball is short. There's one. And there's two. A 6-4-3 double play as Headley moves to third.
Well, you talk about tailor-made double plays, and once Manny Machado gets this over the Scope, Scope has one of the stronger arms for a second baseman in the league, and he's going to turn this over. 6-4-3. So that'll leave it up to Hicks.
Only run in the game came in the third. A 2-out single by A-Rod, scoring Ellsbury from third. That one's fouled back over the screen by Hicks. Ellsbury singled with 1 out in the third. Moved to second on a wild pitch. Gardner then grounded out to second. Ellsbury scooted to third. Two-way. And Rodriguez dunked one into center field. Now Kirby Yates is up for the Yanks. So that's the scoring in this game. 1-0 Yankees are in the top of the 6th. Kind of an odd pitcher's duel where both pitchers have been in trouble, but no one's been able to get the big hit. Oh, and 2 on Hicks.
Gausman pitch count over 100 now.
Fly ball, center field, drifting back Jones, and he'll make the play for the final out of the 6th. No runs, 2 hits, and 1 man left on base. We go to the bottom of the 6th, 1-0 Yanks. Monitor that, and Bob will have the latest as it happens. 1-0, bottom of the 6th inning, and Chris Davis will lead off against Sabathia, who will start the bottom of the 6th. Now they're pushing him into territory he had not been in this year. I don't mind this move at all, Kenny, because as we mentioned, the underbelly of the Yankee bullpen has struggled, so they're going to try to go out to out here.
As I look out there, nobody is warming up.
Yates is watching, so I think he's ready.
Okay.
In case Sabathia gets into some trouble. I just think even if 1 man gets on.
That's Mike Harkin standing next to Kirby Yates.
Davis popped out to second. That was in the second. Struck out looking in the fourth. One for his last 22.
The Yankees have gotten Davis to proverbial go fishing in this series. Let's see what CC features on this pitch.
And the 2-2. Grounded foul.
Davis, when he's cold, if you make your pitches, you can get him out. But when he's on a hot streak and you get it near where he likes it, he can be tough to handle.
Well, they are really making Sabathia work because they're fouling off pitches. They're not getting hits, but they're fouling off pitch after pitch.
Yeah, this is not the vintage CC where you get the swing and a miss and they're gone. Instead of all these foul balls with 2 strikes.
May 4th, CC threw 99 pitches here. That was his season high. Now he's at 110. And he walks Chris Davis. And that is going to do it, as Girardi walks slowly to the mound. And he makes the Verizon call to the bullpen. So Sabathia has pitched a 2-hitter, but the pitch count monster gets him, as he will depart, and the Yankees will hold their breath, and they'll turn it over to Kirby Yates. So Sabathia, another strong start. He threw a lot of pitches, so he watches from the dugout. Baseball immortality, but Chris Young gets him. Now the Yankees take the ball from CC Sabathia through 111 pitches, 5+ innings, 2 hits, 6 walks, and 5 strikeouts. How about this stat, Kenny? So he has 111 pitches. Oriole batters fouled off 21 2-strike pitches. 21 2-strike pitches, and 12 of them were fouled off by Joey Rickard.
And then you have to work that much harder to try and get these guys out as Kirby Yates comes in. And the ERA up to 3.86, 23 strikeouts in 21 innings, 11 walks, maybe a bit too high. But the opponents are only hitting .208 against Kirby Yates. See how the Orioles want to play this here with Reimold at the plate.
There's a strike.
Reimold does not get a chance to face many right-handers. He's in a platoon situation with Kim, who plays left field. Reimold can play all 3 outfield positions, but he's in left field today.
Showalter probably not pinch hitting for him here because he knows that if the game remains close, he's going to see Andrew Miller.
Yeah.
And he'd rather have Miller against Reimold than Kim have to deal with Miller.
Although Miller did throw 2 innings last night. Reimold's tough to double up. He's got pretty good speed. Stay away from that outside corner. Fastball running up and in underneath the chin of Nolan Reimold.
Swing and a miss, got him.
Nice setup with the pitch inside to move him off the plate. Yates goes back away and picks up the strikeout. And sort of a waving type swing. Here's a situation that we had the other night on Friday night. Yates came in, struck out the first batter he faced, but the next batter was Jonathan Schoop. And the first pitch was a hanging slider, and Schoop hit a double that tied the game.
Schoop 0 for 2 this afternoon. 1-0 Yankees, bottom of the 6th. Popped up behind the plate. McCann gives it a look. About 4 rows deep.
Today he starts him with a fastball.
Crowd of 28,807 here at Opacey, Oriole Park at Camden Yards. Popped up. Gregorius on the outfield grass will make the play for the second out. And that'll bring up Francisco Pena. Now Pena is up in the big leagues because Caleb Joseph got hurt. And boy, did he get hurt. He got hit in the groin and actually had to undergo surgery.
Yeah.
And Caleb was back in the clubhouse today talking about it with his teammates and his manager. Which led to a fairly funny line by Showalter.
There's nothing funny about the way he got hit.
Well, Joseph said that doctors told him that the injury he suffered is 4 times worse than childbirth. And Showalter said, who's had both of those injuries to compare?
Well, you know, somebody tells you that, you're not going to believe it. Right. Only 4?
4 times.
Yeah, all right.
Not 5 times.
No, just 4.
Right.
Well, I happened to be watching that game when he got hit with a foul tip. And he stayed in the game, which kind of surprised me. But
wow.
He had to go to the hospital at the end of the game.
Showalter said that there was a company that has sent to the Orioles, and a video as well, a bulletproof cup. And he said that the video shows that it's bulletproof.
Oh, yeah?
And he also said, I wonder the guy who volunteered for that video.
Oh, man.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner at first. Yankees 1-0. Pena fouls it away. Francisco Pena, we've told you, the son of Tony Pena. Boy, did he get down there for the target, huh? What an arm.
Look at that throw. Gotcha. I love it. Yeah, players weren't demonstrative in those days. From his knees. Hey, young Tony.
Tony just had a birthday the other day, turned 59.
You have a question about catching? That's one of the men you go to see.
So the runner will go from first. 3-2, 2 outs. Strike 3, Pena down looking. So Yates comes on and does a nice job, retires all 3 Orioles he faces with 2 strikeouts. So CeCe now can go into the clubhouse. That was a good call for the Yankees. Seemed like it was off the plate. We go to the 7th. Join a better network because better matters. Matt Shoemaker will go for the Angels 3-6, 5.50. Masahiro Tanaka for the Yankees coming off his first loss of the year, 3-1, 2.78. Our coverage is going to begin at 6 p.m. on Yes as the Yankees begin a 7-game homestand. New pitcher for the Orioles, it's T.J. McFarland.
Yeah, we saw him on Friday night, worked 2/3 of an inning, gave up a hit. Recently recalled from AAA Norfolk.
Good time to bring in the lefty. You've got Ellsbury and Gardner leading off. Ellsbury first, takes a strike. GMC scoreboard 1-0 Yankees.
Ellsbury has scored the only run of the game. That was back in the 3rd inning.
Oh, 0-2.
Ellsbury had a 1-out single, moved to second on a wild pitch, moved to third on a ground out, and then A-Rod delivered. 2-out hit.
Swing and a miss. 3 straight strikes. Ellsbury down on strikes. He's 1 for 4 today. Here's Gardner with 2 doubles today. 2 for 3. Doubled the left center in the first, grounded to second in the third, doubled down the third base line in the 5th. Dylan Betances up for the Yankees.
Look out.
Scatters the Yankees in their dugout.
Michael, remember the days where there was no screen in front of the dugouts?
That sent Torres flying backwards.
There was a time, those screens that you see now, that they just weren't there. Now watch this. Whoa.
There was a spot, Kenny, that I'm to this day stunned that no one got seriously hurt, and that was when you played spring training games at Holman Stadium at Dodger Town.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it was a bench. There was no roof to the dugout.
No,
there was a bench and no screen in front of you.
No protection.
And you sat there, no protection whatsoever.
You know what, though? It made you pay attention to the game.
Oh, yeah.
And you speak of no protection. There was no roof, and some of those days the sun's beating down on you. Those hot spring training games at Dodger Town was in Vero Beach.
What a great place.
Yeah, it was.
Dodgers train in Arizona now. The 1-2 just missed.
You know, all the streets in Dodger Town, the Dodgers had the dorms for their players, and all the streets were named after their former stars.
Two. Another base hit for Brett Gardner. So he is 3 for 4. He's starting to feel it again.
Waited nicely on that one. So 3 hits today. That's 7 hits in this series for Brett Gardner. And of course, he brings the element of speed to first base. Let him stay back on this breaking ball that hung just enough for him to get the barrel to the ball and drop it in front of Reimold in left field.
A-Rod's driven in the only run today. Single to center in the 3rd. There's a ground ball, a base hit to left as Gardner moves to second. So A-Rod now with 6 hits in the series.
Yeah, it's good to see. The Yankee bats have been coming alive. That's 9 hits now on the day for the Yankees. Almost their 3rd consecutive double-digit game in hits here in Baltimore. A-Rod just jerks this one by. Giannis at 3rd. Yankees trying to pad a 1-0 lead here in the 7th inning.
So with that base hit, A-Rod's hitting .211, and he came into the series hitting .177.
Well, you got to remember he's had some time on the DL, so his average would climb a lot more quickly than some of the other players who have had more at bats.
Here's Castro. When Francisco Pena kicks out his leg like that,
yeah,
looks a little like his dad.
I saw that. Good block on that pitch in the dirt.
Pena said growing up it was tough trying to live up to what his father was and how great a player his father is. He said, but I'm over that now. He said, I have to find my own way. I'm never going to be that great.
I think one thing he has to remember, they're always looking for catchers. Pitchers and catchers. Valuable commodities.
Foul ball the other way.
It appears in this game the Orioles are trying to keep the fastball in on Castro, but once he starts looking at it, they go right back outside. That's what happened last time when he was called out on strikes.
Two. Swing and a miss. Got him. So Castro down on strikes, and that's going to bring up McCann.
Third time that Castro has struck out today and leaving the zone thinking he can reach it. It's almost as if he swings and pitches out of the zone because he doesn't want to strike out. He feels he can reach it and hit it.
Yankees have left at least one runner on each inning. 8 runners on over the first 6. There are 2 runners on here in the 7th. They lead 1-0. McCann's 0 for 2 with a walk. One and 0. Yankees have 1 hit in 10 at bats, with runners in scoring position, and that was the A-Rod single in the 3rd, the only run in this game. And that's off the glove of Pena, and the runners advance. Pena was getting himself into position to throw.
It looked like there was a play on because Manny Machado was coming over the cover at second base. Well, in his haste to get the throw off, he doesn't catch the ball. See him step out? Now, the pitch might have been tailing away a bit, but still the runner's going to move up, and I believe that's going to be a pass ball.
It is.
You saw Manny now holding up his hands because there's no play. They're trying to get out of the inning the easy way by trying to pick Gardner off second. Now the Yankees have 2 runners in scoring position.
Gardner could get a huge lead, as you see where the shortstop Machado's playing. The third baseman's on the right side. Fly ball, right field. Rickards there and puts it away. And that'll do it for the Yankees in the 7th. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base. At the end of 6.5 innings of play, Yankees lead the Orioles 1-0, but we're going to stay right here as they honor America in Baltimore.
The Orioles community from all walks of life, occupations, and diverse backgrounds living in our region, our country, and abroad, who have distinguished themselves by selflessly working or volunteering in fields that improve the lives of others around the corner or around the globe who are most in need. To honor these Birdland community heroes, we ask that you please rise and join Matt Warren in singing God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
So that's not good news here at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. They seem poised to push the tarp out on the field. Right now there is no rain as the Yankees bring in Dylan Betances. And if you're a Yankees fan, then you need the all-new Fox Sports app. Get highlights, interviews, injury updates, scores, and instant alerts on your favorite teams and rivals. Download now in the iOS App Store, Google Play, or visit foxsports.com/app.
Well, they were talking about the possibility of late afternoon showers, and not a good sign when the ground crew is near the tarp. And it's usually not a good sign when Betances is on the mound for the Yankees for the opposition.
Now Kenny, our friends at Masson, the network that does the Orioles games,
I got you,
have told the producer and director at Yes that they're expecting a storm in 20 minutes, and that storm will last for 2 hours.
Ooh.
Let's see how good they are.
Yeah.
Dylan Betances deals to Ryan Flaherty, pinch hitting for Giannis. 1-0. GMC scoreboard, 1-0 Yankees lead.
That's not your basic thunderstorm. It's going to last for 2 hours.
Got the fastball by him, 1-1. Looks good now. Strike.
Went up a notch to 98 miles an hour. One thing to remember, now Betances didn't work last night, but Andrew Miller worked 2 innings. It'll be interesting to see how Joe Girardi's going to try and protect this lead if the Yankees can hold on to it here.
Grounded up the middle, and the throw to first not in time. So a pinch hit single for Flaherty.
Here's a situation that the breaking ball gets jammed, slices it, but you can see it's almost equidistant between Gregorius and Headley. It's going to be a base hit for Flaherty leading it off. And once again, when Adam Jones coming to plate, you don't expect to see the bunt.
Swing and a miss.
Yeah, Adam Jones's last sacrifice bunt was 2011. Chases a breaking ball way out of the zone.
Oh, 0-2. Adams 0 for 3 today. Kim is on deck to pinch hit for Rickard. One and two. Runner goes. Soft ground ball to second. One away. Follow Yankees Baseball Live with the MLB.com at Bat app. Stay up to the moment at any moment with game day, live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet. So here is Kim to pinch it.
Lofty numbers. 2 for 2 as a pinch hitter this year.
Dark clouds coming over from the left field grandstand right now.
You can feel the temperature going down too. There's something coming.
And there's a strike to Kim. One 0 Yankees. We're in the bottom of the 7th. Yankees have 9 hits. The Orioles just 3. Tying run is at second. That's Flaherty. And a strike.
Nice backdoor breaking ball picked off the corner. Yankees are playing Kim to hit the ball the other way against Betances. Maybe they figure he's not able to pull the hard fastball. Ooh. That just missed. Let's take another look. And maybe just around the plate. Or maybe not.
Boy, Kenny, I've seen for both teams worse called strikes today.
Yep.
Home plate umpire Brian Knight. The 1-2. 2-2. Swing and a miss. The ball gets away from McCann. Flaherty rounds third to throw to first. They get him for the second out. So Flaherty will move to third on the wild pitch.
Well, McCann had to hustle on this one. And he just got Kim at first base. There's that breaking ball down and in as Kim commits up and off the mask. He has a little bit of trouble locating the ball. And this gives Kim a little bit of time to get down to first base. Betances covers home where he should be, and there's the play at first against Kim. So it's a strikeout 2-3 on the putout. And as Michael said, Flaherty's down at third base.
Here's Manny Machado. The Yankees have walked Machado the last 2 times, both times with 2 runners on base.
I'm not sure what's going on here in the Yankee dugout, but Joe Girardi's come out to talk to Brian Knight.
Swing and a miss. Tying run 90 feet away. The count 0-2.
Goes right after him with a couple of fastballs. Maybe not risking a breaking ball in the dirt here. Although McCann has to have faith if he calls it, even if it's in the dirt, he can block it.
Betances deals. 1-2. Strike 3, Machado down looking. So Betances strikes out Kim, strikes out Machado, and the tying run is stranded at third base. We go to the 8th. Yankees 1, Orioles 0.
He's out of a major jam in the bottom of the 7th, and Manny Machado takes a pitch for call, strike 3, knee high over the outside corner. Manny didn't like it. Had something to say to Brian Knight. And of course, Buck Showalter wants to keep his star shortstop in the game. And he diffuses it. And then Buck had a few words to say to Tony Randazzo. Or Brian Knight, I should say.
McFarland in for his second inning of work, and he deals a strike to Headley. Well, they are so certain of inclement weather on its way that the Orioles, between innings, announced to a disappointed group of youngsters that Sunday is usually run the bases day, and that has been canceled for after the game because they expect the tarp to be on the field.
We just had a shot of Nolan Raimo moving from left to right field. Kim stays in the game in left field.
And Flaherty is at third. Fly ball, right field. Raimo will make the play on the warning track for the first out of the 8th.
Headley hit that well. But here at Camden Yards, right fielders do not play so much straight away as they play in the gap, because right down the line it's only 318. If the ball's hit well, they're not going to get it anyway. So the whole idea is protect the gaps if you're the right fielder. So Raimo, although he has a decent run for it, if he was straight away, he wouldn't have got that.
See that black cloud over the left field grandstand. Now the Yankees don't have a reliever up in their bullpen, so they will probably pitch Betances in the bottom of the 8th. Gregorius grounds to first, under the glove of Davis, and into right field. We'll see how they score that.
Let's see. He reaches for it. Ball stays down. Might have ticked it with the glove, but the ball gets into right field. I don't see an error up there yet, so that's got to be a base hit. They haven't put a hit up there yet either. E3. Ooh, second error for the Orioles.
Between innings, groundskeeper came out with a phone and showed Bill Miller, the second base crew chief, the radar, trying to explain when the rain would come. Ground ball to second. There's one. And there's two. A 4-6-3 double play. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Yankees lead this one 1-0. Artificial Hospital of the New York Yankees. Amazing things are happening here.
Well, two of the bigger outs in the game. CC bases loaded. Mark Trumbo at the plate in the third inning, and he strikes him out. Same situation in the fifth. Trumbo, the league's leading home run hitter at the plate. CC gets him again. Trumbo struck out 3 times against CC Sabathia this afternoon.
Andrew Miller is up for the Yankees. New first baseman for the Yankees, Chris Parmelee. And Betances will face Trumbo to start off the bottom of the 8th. They just changed the scoring on the Gregorius ground ball, so they take an error away from Davis and they give a single to Didi Gregorius.
That's a big thank you very much from Didi.
Probably a quick phone call up to the press box by the Orioles. They consider Davis to be Gold Glove worthy, and get an error on a play like that. Those that don't see every day look at errors at the end of the year before they vote for Gold Glove. I'm just surmising.
So now that gives the Yankees 10 hits in a game.
Chapman up now, so they sat Miller down. You know, the dangerous part of this, Kenny, is if you bring Chapman in, right?
Yeah.
To get out of this inning or get a batter in this inning, and then there's a 2-hour rain delay, you can't use him to pitch the 9th. Kind of two skies up there right now. I guess you could always close with Miller.
You know, I really think they're trying to stay away from Miller if they can. You know, after 2 innings yesterday, and you've mentioned it before, how one game leads to the next. Yankees have to play tomorrow night, opening the homestand against the Angels.
They don't have a day off till a week from tomorrow. Well, the weather gods certainly gave both teams enough time to finish a game. So no one has a kick coming if this is delayed. And a walk to Trumbo to start off the 8th.
He had him 0-2.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the New York Yankees and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the New York Yankees. Well, here's Chris Davis, 0 for 2 with a walk. Yankees have 3 infielders on the right side. One and 0. Looks like a day game over the right field grandstand, a night game over the left field grandstand. The 1-0. Up the middle and through for a base hit. Trumbo will stop at second. Throw comes into third.
We're going to check on the progress, and Chapman's the only one throwing. And we're going to see how Buck Showalter wants to play this. Does he want to bunt, move the tying run to third, and a potential go-ahead run over to second base? See if Raimel has a sacrifice this year. No, he does not. You know, hitters will practice their bunting, but sometimes it's very half-hearted. The Yankees are looking for the bunt at the corners. Headley's in. Parmelee's in at first.
And a strike.
No bunt. Trying to get Reimold's attention. Headley now drops back even with the bag. Same for Parmalee at first.
There's a strike. Another breaking ball, 0-2.
Yeah, threatening skies. Orioles are threatening too.
Boy, you look at that sky and you can't believe it has not rained yet. It looks really foreboding. You've got Trumbo at second. You've got Davis at first. You've got the Yankees with a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the 8th. Sabathia went 5+. Yates got 3 outs in the 6th. Betances got 3 outs in the 7th. Now O's threatening against Betances in the 8th.
See if he has set him up for the slider here with that fastball in.
Missed outside with the fastball, 2-2. Now the wind is blowing the dirt, and that one spins Reimold. It is really whipping. The wind is from right into home plate.
Like a dust storm. You can see the dust blowing behind Nolan Reimold.
3-2. First and second, nobody out. The pitch. Swing and a miss, got him. Got the fastball by him. One away, big out. And now Girardi is going to call on Chapman. So with Jonathan Scope due up, he's going to bring in his closer to get 5 outs.
Betances threw 33 pitches. I think that's a factor in bringing in a new pitcher.
So Chapman, who closed out last night's game, will try to beat the Orioles and beat the rain. Stick around. Did not beat the rain. They started putting the tarp on before it started to rain, and when it was halfway on, it started to rain. So they did a good job, and expected to come down for a hard for a while. So this saves the field. And Kenny, what it also does is saves the Yankees a little bit. Because if you had brought in Chapman, he throws to a batter, and then they put the tarp on, do you bring him back out if it's a long 2-hour delay? Now he hasn't thrown a pitch. He could warm up again. So this is fortuitous for the Yankees and for Chapman.
It helps them out. And just before they put the tarp on, as you said, it wasn't raining as of yet. Nicole McFadden, the head groundskeeper, went over and talked to Bill Miller again, said we got to get this tarp on now, because if it really starts raining hard, they might have trouble getting it on, especially with the way the wind's blowing. So they did it before the rain and the wind actually hit, and I think it was a good call by Nicole McFadden, who is the head groundskeeper here. You can see how the tarp is blowing, and they're trying to get it nailed down here. But the infield, not many drops of rain hit it.
I'll tell you what, Kenny, this is an important game for the Yankees. This ends a 10-game road trip, and if in fact they could win the game, then they're 5-5, and that's on top of being swept by the Blue Jays. That's not an awful road trip. You get 10 games off the schedule, played on the road, and then you go home for a week. So Yankees really want this one for sure to take this series from the O's.
Well, you mentioned that it might be at least a 2-hour rain delay. You know the Orioles are willing to sit out for 2 hours because they're trailing. If the thing goes any further than that and it keeps raining, then you might see the umpires or make the decision that this game cannot be finished, and then it'd be in the Yankees' favor because it is an official game.
Now, Joe Girardi did make the signal for Chapman, so he's in the game. And he's coming out of the bullpen. And then he sees the tarp. Never mind. Because Betances did depart and cross the foul line. Chapman is in the game, per se, but the thing that benefits him is he didn't throw any pitches. So there you go. So on the scoreboard right now, a severe weather warning to all the fans here at the ballpark. There's the summary to this point. Yankees, as you can see, they've had their base runners. They've had 10 hits, just 1 run in the third. And the Orioles have had base runners too. They have 4 hits, but they've had a lot of walks. Sabathia went 5, and he actually served up 6 walks, 5 strikeouts, through a season-high 111 pitches. And Kevin Gausman went a little bit longer. He went 6 innings, 7 hits, gave up that 1 run, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts. He threw 104 pitches. A-Rod with the RBI single, just a dunker into center field, scoring Ellsbury from third in the third. And Brett Gardner's had a good day and a good series against the Orioles. 3 for 4 with 2 doubles in this game. Remember, he came into this series 0 for 24. And the one thing that you could feel good about if you're the Yankees, Kenny, no matter how this game turns out, it looks like the offense started to come out of its slumber bit in the 7th inning in Detroit.
Yeah, well, look, 10 hits today, 16 last night, and then 10 on Friday. So the Yankee bats have come alive in the series, but you made a point. Are the Yankee bats coming alive, or you're just facing the Orioles pitching, which is just maybe a factor in it, but you still have to hit the ball, and that's what the Yankees have been doing in this series, although they only have a slim 1-0 lead today. And as we can look out at the field, the rain is coming down harder, and there's a message up on the board in center field about a severe weather warning. This kind of reminds me of what you see in Texas, when they told the fans in Texas who were down there earlier this year to leave the upper deck because of the potential of tornadoes in the area. So, and I had heard on the local weather there was potential for that in this storm, and they were talking about that yesterday. So that's how strong this storm system is. And right now the rain is coming down very hard here at Camden Yards.
Let me give you the lay of the land right now. We're going to take a brief timeout. We'll throw to break, and then after that we'll be joined by Bob Lorenz, who will give you all the highlights from everything that's going on around baseball. We're going to stay right here. Hope you stay as well. Bob Lorenz first, and then we might pop in as well. Yankees 1-0. Trumbo walked to start the 8th inning. Davis singled, first and second. Then Reimold struck out against Betances. That's when Girardi came out, signaled for Chapman, and that's when they decided to get the tarp on the field. They are really taking their time here, making sure that they have a dedicated, legitimate foul line all the way to the wall. Good job. Whole lot of stalling going on. Buck's talking about dinner.
Meanwhile, it's getting dark beyond the.
Yeah, there's supposed to be another rain on the way, so.
Chapman taking a few more to the mid, but as you said, Michael, it looks like he's ready to go. Yep, here we go. The umpires are taking their positions.
A big spot in this game. We're in the bottom of the 8th inning. Yankees holding on to a 1-0 lead. The Orioles have the tying run at second. The go-ahead run is at first. Chapman got the final out of last night's game. Yankees led that one 7-0. You see Chapman's numbers, 9 for 9 in saves. This one would have to be a 5-out save. And the last pitch he threw, Kenny, was a breaking ball.
Yep, and he froze Nolan Reimold for call strike 3.
That's got to be such a tough pitch to decide to throw. Reimold kept fouling off fastball after fastball, but his fastball is 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
You can't hang a fastball. You can hang a slider.
It was a good one, though.
So after a lengthy rain delay, we pick up where we left off in a very dramatic part of this ball game. First and second, one man out. Jonathan Scope against Aroldis Chapman. The last of the grounds crew members gets through the fence out in center field. And we are close to resuming baseball. The door out in center field has been closed, and here we go. Scope is 0 for 3 today. Pitch is high, 1-0. Trumbo at second, Davis at first. A rain delay of 1 hour and 37 minutes. Wow, this is the type of crowd, size-wise, where you can hear every word that every fan has to say. And the 1-1. 1-2.
Kind of has a feel of a spring training game. Something you would see in Tampa or Sarasota. There's a swing and a miss. Fastball at 97, right on by.
Swing and a miss, powered it right by him. 100 miles an hour, 2 away.
Nothing fancy there, just see if you can hit it, and it was too much to handle for Jonathan Scope. And even 100 miles an hour.
Here's Francisco Pena. You a little surprised, Kenny, that they don't go with Wieters here?
Wieters is a switch hitter, but he's hit much, much better from the left-hand side of the plate.
Base hit right field. Charging is Hicks. He bobbles the ball. They stopped Trumbo, and then they tried to restart him, but he had stopped. So he remains at third, and the bases are loaded.
Francisco Pena picking on the first pitch. Fastball down, middle of the plate. Rockets it into right field. Bobby Dickinson, the third base coach. Well, he knows who's in right. Hicks has a strong arm. He bobbles, but he'd already thrown up the stop sign. And Trumbo, he's not the fastest either.
Now they will pinch hit Wieters for Flaherty.
And that's because Flaherty's a left-handed hitter.
Bases loaded for the veteran switch hitting catcher. Tying runs at third. Go-ahead runs at second. We're in the bottom of the eighth. Yankees 1, Orioles nothing.
Yeah, Wieters a .314 hitter, left-handed, 167 from this side of the plate.
Swing and a miss. And the pitch. Quickly 0-2. Trumbo's at third. Davis is at second. Pena at first. 5 hits for the Orioles, 10 for the Yankees. Orioles have left 9 runners on base. The Yankees 10. It is a 1-0 game. The rubber game of this 3-game set. Orioles won Friday night. The Yankees held on for a win last night. Three sets of signs there. And finally, Wieters calls for time.
Hey, Chapman, you're going to lose. Chapman's going to lose. You got to hear me. You are going to lose. Let's go, Chapman. You're going to lose.
And the 0-2. Grounded up the middle, a base hit for Wieters. 1 run scores. They're waving home Davis. Here's the throw. He'll score. Throw gets by McCann. Here comes Pena. He'll score. And the Orioles lead 3-1 as Wieters goes all the way to third.
First blown save of the year for Chapman. And this comes on an 0-2 pitch. Shouldn't happen. Skips high over McCann. That's going to allow another run to score. There goes Pena. And the Orioles have scored 3 times here in the 8th inning. An 0-2 pitch.
Single, 2 ribbies, and the E8 throwing error by Ellsbury allows the 3rd run to score. And Wieters is on 3rd. Here's Adam Jones. Oh and 1.
Pitch is much too good. 0-2. Almost right down the middle.
He's also got to be backing up home plate. And that's why that 3rd run scored.
Yep.
Swing and a miss, count 0-2. He's just watching the world go around and not going behind McCann. That's his job there. Guess he's not used to those situations.
Well, there's no excuse because you work on it in the spring training. That's what you're told to do. But the fact is, you go back to the pitch itself, 0-2, that's a big mistake.
3-1 Orioles, bottom of the 8th inning. Still 0-2. Jones really taking a long time to get in the box. Swing and a miss, got him. But the damage has been done. 3 runs, 3 hits, 1 error, 1 man left. We go to the 9th. Orioles 3, Yankees 1. From this clash at Camden Yards. Stay tuned for the WB Mason postgame, plus get reaction from the clubhouse as well as the manager's report. It's all coming up after the final out right here on Yes. Well, our oldest Chapman blows his first game of the year. Yankees can still come back and possibly win the game, but it is a blown save nonetheless as he gives up that big pinch hit single to Matt Wieters. New pitcher is Zach Britton. New catcher, Matt Wieters. New third baseman is Pedro Alvarez. So Britton's perfect, 16 for 16 in save opportunities, and he's going to face 9-1-2 in the Yankees order, starting with Aaron Hicks. And there's the strike.
Britton has a good fastball, not Chapman-like, but it's mid-90s, but he has a lot of movement on it, a lot of sinking action. Tough to hit. Former starter, found his niche here in the bullpen.
One, chopped over the mound. Machado bobbles, fires, got him. Machado had to reach twice to get the ball, and that made it a little closer, as Hicks has very good speed, but is one away here in the 9th.
Yeah, hustling down the line, and as you said, Machado had to charge it. And you can see how close this play is going to be. Into the glove, foot hits the bag, it's definitely, he was out. As Hicks hustling down the line, just out at first base. He's trying, looking at the umpire, trying to get the call.
Here's Ellsbury. Jacoby is 1 for 4 tonight. Actually, today into tonight. and scored the Yankees' only run in the 3rd inning. A strike from Britton. (3-1) Baltimore, top of the 9th. So the strength for the Yankee season has been the back end of their bullpen. And they haven't hit that well. But the problem is that in this series, the bullpen did not do the job on Friday, almost didn't do the job yesterday until the end, and again didn't do the job today.
And meanwhile, they've hit in all 3 games, although not much today. But they left some runners on base, but still had the lead going late into the game.
Carlos Beltran's on deck to pinch hit for Brett Gardner. One-two, swing, and a foul tip.
Like it got a piece of the right thigh of Wieters.
One-two, just missed inside as Ellsbury checks the swing and Tony Randazzo agrees.
We get another look, and yep, he put the brakes on just in time. There's a look at the delivery of Britton. That angle looked like he swung at it.
2-2. 3-2. Yankees need a base runner to bring up the tying run. And the pitch. Slow ground ball to Scope. 2 away. And now Beltran will pinch hit for Gardner. On this road trip, Beltran 9 hits and 29 at-bats. 20 for his last 61 over a longer stretch. Two hits and 5 at-bats against Britton.
One of them was a walk-off home run.
Yankees down to their final strike, 0-2. A-Rod's on deck. And the lefty closer deals. Just got a piece.
Well, if the Yankees lose this game, this will be a tough one to take. I mean, they were so near putting it away. Chapman had been perfect up to this point. And just the circumstances of giving up a hit when you're way ahead on the count. If he had wasted a pitch, he might have got Wieters to swing at it.
Swing and a miss. Beltran strikes out, tagged out by Wieters, and that will do it as the Yankees go down in order against Zach Britton. And they lose this one 3-1. They lose the series 2-1, and they go 4-6 on this 10-game road trip. So Britton now 17 for 17 in save opportunities. We'll come back, we'll wrap things up, and then after that, we'll throw it to Bob Lorenz, and he'll have the full post game. Stay right where you are.